Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're trying to start a little earlier going forward. We'll see how that works out. Earlier and with proper frequency. But, you know. We're going to be continuing our game dev project. The homing logic is still strangely broken, and we got to fix that. But first, let's check in with the kitties. We can see Sky deciding if he wants to climb into his cat tree. We have Ember across from the keyboard. We have Sammy and Mason on the bed. You can't see him, but Sherbet is kind of up and right from Sky. Like, there's a little platform with a hole in it that he is laying on, and I can see splayed toe beans, and his head was dangling out that hole for a bit. We might see him pass through camera here. There he goes. He needed a snack. But yeah, we're going to try to get started earlier. We got some options as far as the timetable going forward. But we'll see how that do. Okay. So, when last we left off. Loading. Let me demonstrate. Going to add a multi-shot so we can see it, and we're going to put track random enemy on. It by default has target random enemy. The difference between the two is target looks at where an enemy is when it spawns and moves towards that location. Moves in that direction, I should say. Track will constantly update where it's moving to. So this is a more traditional homing shot, whereas its base mode is a more effective fire at. So we can see they spread out pretty wildly. But here's the problem. So you can see over by my right ear there's a whole bunch of them just hanging out. That's not supposed to happen. Their current settings are to reacquire a new enemy target each time, but they're just stopping. But that only happens if we have the, and there is a flaw with this, the ones that are being copied are not copying their target. So they're acquiring a new one. Each of them is acquiring a new one, and I don't want them to do that. Each of the children, when they split, should have the same target. But yeah. See, we have this problem going on, where if you stack homing, it breaks, which is weird. We're also demonstrating the bounce logic that we added. Let me revert a change that I made in trying to resolve this. I need to change those for just this one. But yeah, we've been tampering a bit. Yeah. Now, when they suddenly have a target, they will acquire one. I kind of don't like that. I would rather that if they don't get a target initially, that they'll never get a target. And I kind of like the idea that they do not reacquire a target. So we're going to experiment with a couple of changes to see where the air surface is and move on from there. We'll see if I make small sequential changes or if I just keep flailing around and make too many changes at once and end up unable to determine where the actual problem is. All right. So local entity is when the bullet is gone. If the bullet is gone, like this part is the bullet is gone. But we should not be getting this call. But again, in the spirit of making small changes, we will remove reacquiring the target. So once it has lost its target, it will never again get a target. I should say it will not add a new one. Okay, so there's our base pattern. Now we're going to add lock-on homing here. Now we're watching for slowdowns. Yeah, we have some slowdown and stops. Which should not be. Now, in theory, you could have a slowdown in that the initial direction and the final homing direction are at odds with each other. That is, the direction that it initially fires is to the right. It bounces after impact, and now the direction is different, kind of thing. So this slow drift is one of the things we wanted to fix. Let's remove another piece of the equation here. We are going to open our data folder. We're going to leave this for, because we've got an idea that this is a problem. Here's our data folder. Now, this is going to be the behavior of a yarn ball. So this is group yarn ball. So movement fixed random entity, which we don't have movement fixed random. We want cursor to random entity. So the default behavior of the yarn ball is now shifted to be lock on. So you see, initially it's emitting a fan, but as soon as it has a target, okay, lock on is the problem child. We can see they're stopping and vibrating back and forth. What that implies to me is that the position it's moving to and the resulting direction ceases to be updated. the entity that is locked to is now gone, and it's having problems from there. So reacquire is not really the problem child. It is the tracking behavior itself. This is over convoluted. We will need to clean this up, but I want to get it fixed first so that we, are scrubbing the proper stuff. So our problem surface should be in here. So we have entity exists, but once we lose the entity, it should cease to exist on remove target entity. So we're going to leave just one of them. So we've lost our target entity. We are going to hop over that. Clear that. The entity is now null. Let's go back up here. So this will be false, and we will have tried to get one. All right, we need to add another. So entity is not null at this point. This is where we're determining the new direction. It would be very weird if we got here. I don't think we can actually get to that spot, but I want to see if it'll let me get away with it. Okay, it's not there. So it makes sense. We should never be able to reach that. We get in here, tried get entity should be true. We don't actually need to do this. This is always true once we get into here. No, we try to get an entity. If we got an entity, we are going to lock onto it. We're not going to zero out the direction. If the direction is in place, we'll keep that direction. We're making a whole bunch of changes to mask what we are actually testing. This should be treated as a Boolean value. I'm concerned that direction can't be set to a Boolean, so it's got to be Boolean, Boolean, or in between. Order of operations should take it that way. So this is we have an entity. We have an entity, so we're going to try to set its behavior. Then if we still don't have a direction, we are going to get the entity's current direction. This might be one of the problem surfaces here. We're going to narrow as much of this down. We're not going to use the entity's current direction. Split them. Minute entities start to spawn at the 5-second mark, we should see the split is stacked together. That doesn't change anything yet. Bounces and it rotates. It will rotate the direction that exists. But it shouldn't change. The entity is gone. So we hit here, and it clears out the entity entirely. We're not clearing our direction so that we can keep moving. But again, the entity is gone. So with the entity gone, why are they holding still? All right, let's go in here. So we have time passed. We're going to update our targets, and we're going to add to our proposed movement 1 unit per second in the target direction. It's not actually vector 2 0 is the thing. Because what it looks like is that they're moving back and forth rapidly to a particular point. We're going to revert move straight line here. For those of you joining us, we are debugging. Our homing logic is not working properly. When we have a single homing target, I think it works, actually. Hey there, Copperpot. We're trying to get our homing logic to work properly. And welcome back. We're trying to get our stream schedule working again. I'm also trying to start a bit earlier as often as possible. We did start a bit earlier today. We'll see how that holds out. Still really tired a lot lately. We're trying to fix our homing logic in our game here. Okay, reacquiring isn't really the problem surface. It is something about this is our target entity. And it only matters if the entity isn't null. And the entity should be null as soon as we lose our entity. And we can't get back in here if we've already gone in once. So this is false or maybe true. Just meandering around. How have you been, Copperpot? That bridge time. So we get the entity multiple times here. I'm sorry, we get the direction multiple times. We're not calling the base of update target. We're going to copy our parent's entity just to make sure here. We don't need to copy our parents because the base does that. Door off. Equal to position. Position is equal to entity position. I want to know if this is ever equal. This should never be equal. That is, the newest position should not equal the last one. Yet it is. Yeah. Why could this be true? It implies that that entity is not going away properly. Base behavior has enemy health. It has no health. This entity is dead. It's still there, though. Oh, dear. Okay. Okay. This is not good. What this implies is that there is an entity there. There is an entity there. This yarn ball sitting on top of a fake entity. That entity has no collision, it has no visual, but it is still in the entity manager. So if we go over here, we pause. We are going into base entity manager. We are going to get into our process here, our update. There are 3 entities to remove. We're going to remove them by category. We are going to put the ID back, and we are going to call raise remove entity on that. That should null it out. That should null it out, though. So we can see remove entity is on remove local entity in a in one of the behaviors. So if we step into that, we get into here. Sorry, this is the mesh. We're going to remove the mesh. This is on the shader side. This is a bullet going away. Entities to remove. We have the 3 entities still. We have a yarn ball, and a yarn ball. Here we go. Here's a blob being removed. Again, we have the entity is raising its remove entity call. Here's the visual. Here is the collision. Wait. No. Okay. So what I just saw was that this one didn't get removed. On remove target entity. Should be when we acquire a target. We get one, and then we say on remove target entity. If we subsequently lose that entity, on remove target entity, we are going to remove our call to it. Okay, let's... Since we're removing the entity from the collection, let's go into our shader, or we need the collision mesh renderer. Let's remove entity mesh. On remove entity. You remove entity minus equals. This should be minus equals. I was binding the event again when I intended to remove the event there. That would be a problem. Now, it shouldn't actually matter, but it's not clean. Like, this is irrelevant to what we're doing. What we're trying to fix now, but it was still broken. Let's move entity plus equals on remove. Okay, we're doing the right thing there. This is minus equal, and we are clearing the relevant stuff. We need to clear this because we don't want the target entity to be a bad entity. And local entity isn't actually useful. Let's get that out of there. Okay, when they're alone, I'm not hitting that. Okay, let us do this. All right, it's when they're split that we run into the problem. This does imply that there is a duplicate object around somewhere. I'm sorry, a duplicate reference. Okay. I am going to... We're purging the entity here. This will make the split misbehave. As soon as there are entities to target, each one of these is probably going... Yep. See how they're going all over the place instead of fanned out cleanly. And previously we could see that only like one or two of them, like one of them would behave correctly, but one or two of them would linger. I have a theory of what's going wrong. Okay. All right, we're going to leave that in there. So when I call base, it copies the entity over. Entities are the same. You see what we do when we add an entity here? We bind an event. Guess what doesn't happen when we copy the entity? We don't bind the event. If we don't bind the event, we don't properly remove the entity when it goes away, which means we are keeping a reference we are keeping that entity reference around, whose position will now never change. This is a dead entity reference. Because it's never changing, it keeps tracking that target. So, we are going to add a function that is protected void set entity. Entity does not equal null. So, void. Entity. This second one isn't as much necessary, but we're going to do it anyway. We're going to keep that. New entity is equal to null. Hey there, Sentai. Welcome. We do indeed have a two different cats visible. We may actually have more of them visible. But hello. How are you doing today? Over on the Twitch side. 4 visible cats. Sky is giving me the smug happy cat look there. Isn't that right, bud? Give him some chin scratches. Sky is still getting eye ointment treatment. He's not fond of it. It is a topical gel. Godzilla X Digimon. I feel like that's a bit of a gimme, since I'm pretty confident Digimon has essentially had a bunch of this is similar to but legally distinct from Godzilla's. So is this a product collab like the Mecha Monster Hunter monsters, or is it something else? Homing is indeed hard task, but we found the error surface. We're just trying to fix it now. For those joining after, what we discovered is when we duplicate the targeter, it was not properly binding the event. So that's what we've got to do here. Anywhere where we're setting the entity, we have to call set target entity. A new function that we created for the purposes of attempting to fix this issue. If this works, it works. We don't have to do the event add there. We already have a direction. We try to use that. If the direction is still 0, we try to get the direction. We create a random direction. And then we update the bullet's direction here. If I had to guess based on that, Sentai, if it is a Digimon convention and there is a Godzilla crossover event, then I have to assume that it is going to be some sort of product. Or like a figure or a card or something like that, depending on the media that it's targeting. The classic being some sort of, figurine. So then we are going to say move target entity. Did I break it? So again, by default, these are doing a lock-on homing. You can see that all 3 are grouped together. Okay, still breaking down. But we should have the event properly being removed now. Not a big Digimon fan. I mean, the original animation was neat, but it fell into, for me, it fell into the same category as things like Inuyasha, where the creatures in their weaponry were largely irrelevant. They might as well have been shouting special move, because they all did the same special move. Like, they only had the one. And its effect was highly variable based on the circumstance. So right here, we should be setting the entity. This should fire as soon as we have homing targets. Sorry, as soon as a homing target dies. And we begin now. Problem should happen shortly. Yep. This implies that there is a dead entity lurking here. So if I look at entity, it is a nanoblob. We look at its base behavior. And we're going to look at enemy health. It has 0 current health. It's gone. Hey there, Blood Mage. This should not be our target. It should have been removed. Why is it not removed? So we're going to look at the blob's remove entity event. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to see it. We're moving along, Blood Mage. Today we're trying to fix homing logic. We added that a little bit ago. Oh, about one stream ago. And there is something wrong with it. And I have determined that it's because some of the entities are lingering as far as it should not be tracking that entity anymore. So when we do remove target entity, we are setting our entity to null. So when we copy here... Oh. Found it. Oh, man. Oh. If you aren't aware that we've been doing C#, you haven't been here in quite a bit. So sometime back, in our efforts to make the game as performant as possible, we've had to switch over to C# instead of using GD script. Our performance is real good. Real good now. You can see right now we have, at 90 entities, we've got about 400 frames per second. Let's set it to go bonkers. It's going to get real. So the logic that we're using right now is real expensive. Real expensive. I feel that, Blood Mage. I feel that. So right now, we're still holding at frames per second at about 4,900 things. Like I said, the logic we're using for homing is pretty expensive. And there's excess logic being done that doesn't need to get done. So, no, that should be fine. Let's verify, though. So what's happening is when we duplicate multiple of these bullets with the homing logic, you can see that they've clubbed together now. As soon as one of them hits its target, the other two go haywire. And that should not be. So we're saying use your current entity and track that entity. So we're saying if that entity exists, we are going to add our event, and we're going to reinforce that our targeter entity is that one. So this should be the only time that we're doing that from outside. So we set the target entity. If we get it, we're going to try to get the entity's target entity here. No luck, yes. If, and this is only in the situation that you're looking at very fine performance, like you've got to be stressing the system much more. If you're looking at, like, if you were to be doing a 2D platformer, C# is not necessary for performance. The only reason that we need the performance like it is that we are looking at getting into several hundred to 1,000 entities on screen at once. All of them doing a lot. And you're about to get an advertisement roll, so we'll continue this in about 3 minutes. Yeah, for those folks that have, if you've survived the error, then feel free to let me know. Or survived the advertisement appearing. But we're looking at, so this is several hundred things exist in the game world right now. We are rendering all of them. They are all animating. They are all doing several events at once. And we're still getting over 100 frames per second much of the time. Like every second or so, we're still hitting 60 to 100 frames per second with 580 things, whether it be the bullets or the blobs. The player has been removed since they've been hit like 10 times already. That's the reason we're doing C#. Simply trying to reduce the path length for those events that coordinate with the position on the screen. For homing, yes, ultimately it's pretty simple what we're doing. We're just saying where is the entity, point at it, and move in that direction. How are we not getting that event? Like, this only happens when this entity is dead and the event has not fired. Predictive generation of events. Not sure what you're getting at. It's, we have multiple different events that are happening. There is a time passed event, which generally gets processed by a majority of the things. As limited as necessary. Like, we could do fewer updates. Where this could say, just skip it, I've already done that. Here, let me show you some of the bits. Okay. So, these gray boxes and these numbers are being rendered in Godot objects. So these are texture rectangles, that kind of thing. And clicking and dragging on them is using more directly the Godot tree. Everything else that you see is handled on the GPU. All of the rendering, that's a shader. The background, that's a shader. The collision that's happening, that's a shader. Everything is on the GPU. Well, thanks for swinging through, Blood Mage. That's how we're getting the performance that we're getting. On a related note, we've gotten to learn a lot about making shaders. It's Hello Storm. I dropped my Twitch link. Here, let me see if it's gonna work. We do get some duplication there because I put a message in one of the channels that will cause both of the channels to update. But that link tree gives you a link to all of my socials in my channels. I need to figure out a mechanism for channel points that is going to be cross-stream, since we are we're broadcasting on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time. I don't want a channel points mechanism that only works on one at a time. Oh, come here, you troublemaker. All of my events, like subscription notifications and whatnot that appear in the upper right corner, are driven by a program called StreamerBot. Back in the day, when I did a Noida mod, when I was simul-streaming, I could not rely on channel points from Twitch, because people would watch the stream in YouTube as well. So I wired up StreamerBot to record the chat messages in both, and through a series of stuff, relay that into text files that Noida would then read, and would allow the events to be processed that way. So it wouldn't be using the built-in Twitch integration. On a related note, Twitch integration is easier. Twitch uses an IRC channel. Like, the Twitch chat feed that you're seeing is independent of a stream. It's just an IRC feed. Whereas YouTube is a special data stream dependent, tied to each individual broadcast. And the API for YouTube is complicated. This is a tangent to the game, but if you want to get a chat message from Twitch, it is a real-time event. You just get messages as they come in, and you can process them as it happens. Hey, I got a Twitch message. Hey, I got a Twitch message. Read them as they flow. With YouTube, you don't do that. There is no API event that says, hey, here's a new message. Instead, you have to ask YouTube, hey, give me the messages since this timestamp, and it will give you those messages. And you could process them. But then if you want newer messages, you have to ask again. And there is the added wrinkle that Google APIs only allow you to ask so many times per unit time. And that is why sometimes my StreamerBot doesn't work for YouTube events. Because each individual API integration, like StreamerBot, only gets so many calls per unit time. It's in the millions by default, without having special licensing and whatnot. But it's still a limit. All right, Void. Thanks for swinging through. All right. So again, we are still somehow not getting our event. Which implies that the targeter is getting if ever this changes and we obey it without Hey, no worries, no. Glad to chat about it. One of the things is coding is a perpetual learning experience. If you ever think you're done learning about coding and you're still doing coding, you're wrong. You're still learning. If you still think you're done and that you know everything, then you're very wrong and you're probably causing problems. There's always something more you could learn. Whether that's new techniques and new paradigms, or it's stuff that you thought you knew but you didn't actually quite know. Okay, so if this changes, then we have a problem. Okay. Okay. Round 2. Fight. Okay. Okay. So we had the concept previously of local entity. Ergoot. Wow. Okay. So whenever we get an entity, if local target is not equal entity, remove target entity, local target, local target is equal to entity. And okay, if we have a new entity and it's not local target, local target being what we understand to be the target in this entity, then we are going to one, say if the local target exists, remove its lock, and then we're going to set it. We are then going to set the events on local target. We could set them on entity here. It's fine either way. I'm going to keep that for brevity. But this is keeping track of our last known target. At the start of it, we're going to say our target is whatever the entity believes to be the target. So whatever the prior indications are, we are going to set that. Actually, no, we don't need to do that. We're going to remember our target. So if we don't have a target and we haven't already tried, we are going to, one, try to get the current entity target. If that didn't work, we are going to try to get a random one. And then we're going to say we tried. So we're remembering a local target. Does that really matter, though? Because at this moment, this is the only time we care about that. As soon as this has passed, we don't care about that anymore until we get to here. Oh, okay, no, because if this got changed at any point up until now, we have a problem. Because now this doesn't equal null. We never set it, but now we're going to treat it as if it's accurate. We are now going to operate on local target after we get it. Okay, that's the current direction of that. Otherwise, move. Okay. Okay. Duplicate. And okay, gotta fix this. Wasn't always setting it. So these have no target entity. Now they do. They clump up when they have a target. Still broken. How? How? At this point, we only care about local target. Move target entity. Oh, we're not clearing local target. We were clearing entity, not local target. Again, what we're trying to have it do is not care. There we go. No. It's breaking down still. It should not be so hard. For those joining, the problem that we're having is that when bullets are duplicated, the other bullets are not properly losing their target when their target is destroyed. So if I remove the duplication, we will stop seeing the little twitching ones there. But as soon as there is duplication, the fan out, as soon as the target is dead, any of the other ones can get into a lingering state. The original behaves properly. Its duplicates fail. And the duplication should all be handled here. Just for testing purposes. We are eventually going to have some sort of like death animation for the slimes instead of just having them like pop out of existence. But that doesn't solve the problem of lingering yarn balls that are just vibrating in place. Set a target entity. If this isn't set to something, we'll come up with something. Right now, the shader for animation doesn't allow us a lot of wiggle room. But that's largely just because I haven't gone back into it to allow that. I haven't created other animation states. Hey there, Baileys. Welcome. We remove the target entity. What's the problem, Sky? My cat's is kind of lingering. Sometimes that do happen, Baileys. So let's zoom in there. I think Molly is by the window. Yeah, Molly's by the window. Molly is willing to take just about any spot that the other cats normally like. The only other cat that will go in that little box there is Sherbet. But Molly will go in there. Molly isn't as big on taking any of the blankets on the bed, but she will. So this one should never really happen. This is a just in case. Let's remove this case. We don't care if it's the same, we're going to deal with it. So if we get an actual entity, we already have a local target, we remove that linkage. And then we are going to update the new one. Again, there is one original entity and there are two copies when we do a spread of 3. The original behaves correctly. Its copies don't. Which is a problem. But why don't its copies behave? That shouldn't matter. Because this references local stuff. Remove target entity if it's not null. Hey, Victor. You know what? We're just gonna short circuit this. If local target is not equal null, supposed to go away. Why does it not go away? So these vibrating ones here that are just going back and forth really quickly, they are referencing an entity that doesn't exist anymore. The blob that gets removed by one of them, the other two do not perceive it as having been removed. That shouldn't be possible. It almost implies that the targeter isn't being copied properly. But it is. We have 2 copy and this. Let's let it run for a little bit. Okay. Let's then go in, and now we need to have this happen. So 2 copy. Entity is null. We should have a target. No, that doesn't have a target. To copy has a null entity. Null entity. Okay. And we should have a local entity because we've already done the base to copy. So we have an entity. Local target isn't set yet. So now local target is the same entity. And we are going to add on remove entity to it. And we're going to save that off. We are getting removal. And since we only deal with local target, the projectile should stick around. Right now, all of the projectiles have bounce as a behavior, which means they don't go away when they impact something. Right now, that means that for the purposes of that targeter, it should only care about what it's aiming at. And that's the point of confusion there, Victor, is we have logic that says if the target goes away, this function right here, then remove your target. Local target is null. But if I go to here, this only fires if local target's position is the same as the position in the last frame. There is nothing in the game world that is being targeted that isn't moving. The blobs always move towards the player, and the bullets always move towards a blob. Everything is constantly in motion. So if these are equal, then there is a problem. And thus there's a problem. So now if I look at local target, I'm going to dig into its base behavior, and we're going to look at its health. Its health is 0. This can never be true during a time passed event. Time passed happens, then physics happen, then the end step happens. So if an entity is lingering during a time passed, I mean, this could happen once, is the thing. This could happen once. But after that, it should cease. And the fact that it only happens with duplicates is weird. So if you watch, when a blob gets hit by a cluster, one of them continues on. But the others don't. So every time one is hit, it will try to leave behind several, which should not be. So we've tried several things. Because each entity should, in theory, have multiple of these. So we're going to look at our base entity manager in our our entities to remove. Our remove entity by category. We remove it here. We are getting a raise remove event. Aren't we? Yeah. It's up in... Oh, where's update? Update. Here we go. So we raise remove entity. Every time we get a remove entity, it should be for a blob right now. Yep. That's not right. That's one method. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This should be a chain. Okay. So we're going to step in. This is our entity mesh. Step out, step in. Oh, no, messed that up. Back around, step in. So this is on remove entity for a mesh. So this is now for a collision. Step through. Step in. No. How did a blob get removed without being targeted? Step in. Out, step in. Entity mesh. Collision. Okay. Remove target entity. There should be 3 of these. Ooh, 3. Hey there, hero. Gundam fan, I would assume. Hey there, Lunar. And a replay, but run in reverse. Not yet. We're still trying to figure out what's wrong with our homing logic. Based on what we're seeing here is this remove target shouldn't care about entity when we remove target. Again, we aren't operating off of that. So when we remove target entity, we just say, is there a local target? Because local target is the only thing we use for any of this. And here we're mimicking local target. For those unfamiliar with programming, this is a big part of it, is effectively, I have discovered a bug. Current analysis of the bug is that bug should be impossible, but bug is. So, how is bug? And a great deal of this involves running the code, making small change, staring at the fact that the bug still exists, repeat. Yeah, you can keep bugs if they are functionally interesting. bugs become features, you know? All right. Somewhere in our code flow that breaks down. Just double checking. Nope. Okay, we are negating local target, which means local target is going to find its own. The copies are not copying the same target. I do not want them to work that way. But we're going to try to narrow it down again. So the copies have their own entity to target. It's only when they are duplicated. That is still our problem surface. So it is in the duplication logic when we are taking the... that's right, James. The background is demonstrating our the logic that we use for generating the map. The red is a hard defined area, the core map, and then the blue is the repeating map. They're both the same size. And the repeating map is any map chunk that is past the borders of the defined map will be the repeating map. So the blue will go on forever left up in the upper left. We could do the blue like procedurally or something like that. But let's see if we can dodge blob. Well, here, we can definitely dodge blobs if we do this. Kind of wake of death happening behind us here. For reference, we are generating 27 yarn balls per second, and each of those yarn balls is acquiring its own target from amongst the blobs and tracking that target. It doesn't mean that 27 blobs are doomed to die immediately. It just means that each yarn ball grabs a random blob to go after, and given that we're producing 27 a second, and we only create like a few blobs a second, it is highly probable that all of the blobs get targeted. And the yarn balls bounce every time they hit something, so they also have passive coverage. Okay, so here we hit the upper right edge of the blue, and we can keep going. If we were to keep going to the right, there will never be anything but blue. If we look in our folder here, core folder, for reference, this is the red map. You can't tell, but there are two very different shades of black there. One of them has a very tiny amount of red. And here are the two different tiles that we use. This is the tile atlas that is generated at runtime from the map information. Anytime we load a map, this gets created. This is for debugging purposes. We wouldn't actually store these. Instead, go... where is that? Levels. Level 1. That is level 1. I mean, this is actually level 1, but yeah. So which tile textures to use, that kind of thing. But anyhow, we are still left with the problem that when we duplicate, when we copy, when we do this in particular, the child objects that are copied do not have their events properly set, but this function in particular should do that. Like, if there is an entity passed in, if there isn't a local target yet, I'm sorry, if there is a local target, clear the event on it, and then set it and attach it. We have an entity and we don't have a local target. Okay, so each of these shares the same target entity when it is emitted. You can tell that because of these clumps that form. This is the problem case. The two duplicates continue to home on a target that doesn't exist anymore. Code-wise, it does exist. There is a reference to an entity object that no longer is visible or affected by physics. Yes. So, of, like, when we have a cloned list, well, now that's just weird. Oh, there we go. It is very likely when a collision happens that any that survive the collision with their target have a chance of that lingering on. Which implies that we are not getting the removal event for all of them. We can tell so if we set it, so we have an entity, if we have a local target, clear the event on the local target, update the local target, add the event onto it. And then we set the entities, we set the targeter's entity to local target. That shouldn't matter, but we're going to do it. Let me know when you're done time traveling, James. Maybe that'll solve our problem. It's like the event chain that we've got is not functioning right. So we set it to that entity, but it's not something esoteric like that. We know this is getting called. We start it. That's 1, 2, 3. So we're going to get lots of these at once because each one of them $69. Let's go until we get a different identifier. B, 4, 5. $56. 2, 3. 67 is 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 4. 4 shouldn't be the only possibility. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we've got retargeting disabled. Once you lose your target's gone forever. Okay. But so if I go up in here, so we just saw 87 got removed. We should not be getting any events for 87. And if we look at our base behaviors, we get our enemy health. Its current health is 0. It has been removed. I might need to add a flag for the entity is gone, but I don't like the idea of having the entity removed from the system such that everything else has removed it, but this isn't removing it. So we are going to take this Twitch ad break opportunity to take a short break, and we will be right back. So what we've got is we still have a local target. This is already a problem. That local target has had its remove call made. 87 had its remove call made. Like, we came through here. We called remove target entity. Remove target entity says if this exists, we are going to remove our event handler, and we are going to set this equal to null. So this should be gone to get in here, because this event is triggered at the entity level. So, again, 87 had that called, and we got the 3 events, which means one cluster of 3 was aimed at it. Now, it is possible that a subsequent cluster of 3 had that in there, but let's add some layering to this. So when a collision happens, Let's go into that. Okay. So we are doing every update to the entity manager, we do a time passed, and then we move them. So this is effectively, this says do all your movement calculations, and now have that happen. None of the collision events have happened here yet. So right here, world state, none of this is really what we're thinking of right here. So we do our update. We have moved our entities. We do our collision check. This is where the collision messages will get generated, if at all. This is do harm, calculate, health remaining, all of that fun. Then we call end step. End step is where things like health determine that the entity should go away. So, collision event, collision enemy health, handle message, if it's an end step. So the harm messages have all been happening during the physics step, or at least the collision step. Then we get an end step message, and we're going to say, if health is 0, we are going to tell the entity manager, remove this. The entity manager will remove it at the top of the next update, before any of the physics events happen, any of the time passed events happen. Which is up here. So, raise, remove entity. So we pull that entity out of the collection and we remove it. So let's go one step further back and verify that this is working right. Okay, the thing that we're removing is what? A blob. Okay, a blob is being removed. Its ID is 35. We're going to check our... So we should have 35 all the way down at the bottom here. 35. So we need to look at our entities by category here. Then our enemy type here. Well, we had an opportunity to see it, but one. So we're looking for one with a key of 35. Six, 2. Okay. This is where we would then call the next chain of events. into this. So again, this is the mesh for the renderer. This is the collision manager, the object that gets loaded into the shader. I feel like this is not happening properly every time. Mesh, collision. Okay, we are going to break that. Okay. Any blob that gets removed should likely be targeted. By at least one yarn ball. It's not guaranteed, though. Right here. So we should see this happen 3 times for each entity that comes through. So this is entity ID 32, 32, 32. So 32, we should see 2 more then. 1, 2. So now we're going to see 2 more after this. 1, 2. So 3 different clusters targeted this. 4 clusters. So 4 clusters targeted that same entity. Each time they called that method. And what that method does is... So in remove target entity, the big thing is if we have a local target, remove its call. This technically isn't relevant, but it saves us time and prevents some sort of like error case where this goes away. But we null our local target. This gets called every physics update by the movement object. So the move straight line that drives the projectile towards its target is calling update target each time with the identity of the bullet, the yarn ball in this case. So if we don't have a local target, but we are set to reacquire or we have never had a local target, we are going to try to use the bullet's existing target, and we're going to set target entity. That will go in and say if we are setting it to a thing, and if we already have a local target, reset it. What this allows us to do is if the entity is changing already, we are going to update it. But changing this didn't really seem to matter. So we set local target to the entity in question, and then we update this function. We're going to watch for the removal of this entity from the world. So the death event of that one. Then we're going to set the targeter's local to this in case the targeter gets copied. Then So we go in, we try to get it no matter what. We're always calling set. Then we've tried to get one. Now, if we have a local target, which necessitates this got called, then if we don't already have a direction or we are set to lock on, right now we're set to lock on, we're always going to call into this. We're going to use our local target's position to determine which way we should go. Local target should be null by this point if this gets called. So we're going to look in here, and then we're going to look in here. So that's 32, 32, 32. We are going to jump to here. So the entity we're removing is ID 31. This is removing that event, and this is nulling out local target. So we're going to look for 31 to show up. 32. So 32 is a pre-existing one. There's 31. That shouldn't be possible. Local target for 31 should be gone. Because we called remove target entity on 31. That's exactly the case, James. It thinks the target is still there. It still has a local target. But it shouldn't be able to have a local target if this got called. So remove target entity says if the local target exists, it doesn't care what it got. If local target exists, clear local target. So if an entity you subscribe to says unsubscribe, it will do so. And when we are updating it, when we receive an entity, the entity has to exist. And if we have a local target, we're going to clear that local target, which removes the binding and clears it out. Then we are going to update the local target, apply the binding, and update the targeter's entity there. And again, this only happens to the duplicates. So, actually, services catalog copy. A base catalog. Looking for copy. Create an instance. We're going to get the type. I'm sorry, we're going to pass that in. And the copy constructor in a targeter, the constructor that takes a copy is this one. Set the entity and direction. We have an update targets, which we have already overridden. And our to copy, setting entity and this. These don't actually matter. Well, immediately they don't matter. But we're effectively ignoring that. So when it's copied, right here, copy. So we instantiate a copy of a type T, which is, in this case, a targeter. We call into the type, we say, create a targeter type, and pass this value in to instantiate. Which will result in us going into target random entity. And we're going to call our copy constructor right here. Now, its base method already copied the, it already did this part effectively, or it already set entity, but we're not going to trust that. We are going to get this copy and say set target entity. If this is null, this will do nothing. So we have no target. So we're not going to do any of the tracking updating here. But if it does already have a target, we are going to set it, and we're going to bind it right here. And if we get, so we set up our binding. We call set target entity, we set up our binding, which when that entity goes away, which is why it's not visible. If the entity ceases to be visible and stops colliding, that's because this event should have been called. So we're going to go into remove target entity. The only time this gets called is if we already have one, or if that event gets raised. And that event is only going to be raised if they're homing, if we have those clusters. So local target is not null. So local target's remove entity is an existing method. Its position won't change, James. And that's where this is happening. Right now we're storing off the last position of our target, and we're able to detect that something went wrong because that position doesn't change. There is nothing that could be targeted that won't change its position. So if that position remains the same, we have the problem case happening. So we remove that, and our local target is now null. Target is null. So entity ID is 139, local ID is 139. So we're going to see, does 139 appear again inside of the movement logic? It's 93, 39. So, for this to be happening, this can't be getting called on the relevant ones. Okay, bindings have begun. Now we have a target being removed with 27 is its identifier. Okay, that's 3 27s having gone away. 4, 5, 6. That's 6 27s. 9. That's 3 different clusters we're targeting. 4 clusters, 5 clusters. Oh, no. There's 27. Okay. They're still targeting it. It went away. But what if they're getting it again? What if it's not? Oh, but then why would the first one be okay? Why is it only the copies that have this problem? Here. If we remove the copies, it's just one at a time, they're fine. The original projectile is fine. No lingering ones. But as soon as we split them and the copy logic comes into play while in flight, we have the problem. And it's not universal. Only some of them do it, which means there might be a race condition around. Again, I don't want to have to go in and have the targeter say, is this entity still valid? Because that demonstrates a breakdown in the logic here. Right. It's one of the duplicates. It is possible that at the time of the destruction of the target, the children, the subsequent entities, aren't getting their event called. But that would imply that remove entity is not being structured correctly, or that it isn't calling all of them when this happens. So something breaking down with this. Put that here. We go into our problem case. We're looking for something that doesn't go through remove entity, but does hit the error case. ID is 32. So we already have the error case. 32. Immediately 32. The yarn should be learning about the death of its target through remove target entity here. So whenever something is removed in the final step, the when it calls update here, when the base entity manager calls update, if it has been cleared for removal, and that's going to happen in the end step, when we go through and handle the end step message, entities will queue themselves to be removed. This is like its health hit 0 or less. It queues itself for removal. If it's not already queued for removal, add it to the list at the beginning of the next update. So this is before the next frame gets processed. We're going to go through and we're going to say for everything in entities to remove, we are going to find it in our collection. We are going to we're going to pull it out, actually. And I just wanted to see if we ever fail to remove one. Because if we were to fail to remove one, that would leave dead entities in the entity manager. But if it were a dead entity in the entity manager, it would keep moving. So that shouldn't be the case, but, you know. Oh no, it would be this call. That is, if we don't remove one. Again, though, if that happened, the entity would keep moving. And we would be getting things like negative health. Okay. Just good to validate that. This is, we actually remove it from the collection. So we're removing it by category. And then we raise remove entity. Remove entity, enqueues it. In theory, no. There's nothing about a collision that fundamentally messes with it. Again, we know what the problem scenario is, and this is still here. Local target is still in existence, but, I'm sorry, local target exists, but not really. It's not in the entity manager anymore. It's no longer moving. So this is true. It has ceased to move. But because it still exists, we keep trying to move to it. Like, as far as this thing is concerned, local target still has local target is still a thing. It never got removed. For it never to be removed, this didn't get called. Shouldn't be something as stupid as that. Okay, it's not. Okay. That should be protected, not private. But yeah, the only way for that to stay around is if it is set and remove target entity is not called. Remove target entity doesn't care about what you pass in. It's if you have a local target, when we come into it, it will be cleared out. So this is not getting called. We should be setting it up. When we set target entity, there are 3 places that we set target entity. When we create it, and this is the biggest culprit, when we copy, we are going to go in and we say target random entity is the thing we're copying. So we have our targeter here. We are going to set target entity to whatever that one thinks the target entity is. Then we go in and, so if it is a thing, we're going to say, if we already have a local entity, we are going to unbind it. We're going to clear it out. Then we are going to go through and say, like, okay, set it to whatever the other one was, and now bind the event. When remove entity gets called, we are going to call this event. on remove target entity, right there. So this might be a problem surface. Okay. Is the binding not happening for the problem ones? This will be a bit of a hassle. So local target. So I've got a 31, a 37, 33, a 38, a 49. I should slow this way down, but should be bound. Should be getting bound. Div view and ID. Yes. I could just do it inside of here, but yeah, let's just do that inside here. Don't actually have to do that. I can just put that there. Shouldn't be able to get to that. But we did. Oh, it's not entity ID. I shouldn't stop that. Local. The entity is the bullet, not the blob. Okay, we're not getting a different target. We're not getting a different target here. And we're not getting a different target here. That is, remove is not being called on a different identifier. Local target, if I didn't answer this one, local target is a reference that is set based on values coming in. So it is the same, it is a reference to the same thing. Like, we're not creating a duplicate entity. It is bound to that particular instance in the code. Okay. Cool. Is remove getting called? Is there a flaw in that logic? Remove. Wait a minute. Remove called is only true if remove is called. Right here. We removed it. It's null. And the only way to get into this is if that's not null. So local target got set again, despite that. Reacquire is false. That is true. So this can't get called. And this is the only place it would be able to be set again. Again, we don't care about anything other than local target. This makes no sense. How did we get in here if that got called? That is truly strange. Well, this just got really weird. Okay. Remove target entity got called. But, okay. This could have been called. Let's do that again. Unrelated, but I've been tempted to change the timer. Okay. I've been tempted to change the timer to when the projectiles are launched to, instead of being a wait until, to be a time sense. Such that when a weapon is constructed, it immediately fires. Okay. Remove was called. The only place remove is called is here. Okay. Next test. Okay, we have set. If Remove called. Set after remove is true. That is true. That is true, Tess. I forgot because we aren't doing a traditional Vampire Survivors thing. The weapons can change moment to moment. You are correct. All right. We had a set after the remove was called. Okay. We're narrowing it down. We're homing in. This is a problem. This should not happen. Once again, folks, if you're not familiar with programming, welcome to a majority of it. Me saying this is not supposed to happen is the majority of programming. Okay, set after remove just got called. Wait. Is this structured wrong? No. Okay, let's let that run again. Entity exists. Local target exists. How? No. No. That is absolutely true, Lunar. 5% ideas, 15% getting stuff implemented, and 95% bug fixes. That is absolutely true. This is false. We haven't been in here yet. Okay, wait. Let's gotta validate this. We gotta make sure we're, because we will call set multiple times. We called set here, but no, it's set after remove. If remove was called, then we do that. So that's not that. Any of these that get called after remove got called. Let's shift this elsewhere. Let's put this here. With the position here is if that gets triggered after the entity got purged. Okay, we have received a remove event. This entity is gone. But we just got set target entity. Reacquire is false. We are locking on. We have not tried to get entity, though. Oh. Okay. Right here. Tried get entity only fires if the entity is null upon getting here. We need... We're going to move this into the set. Set target entity. Okay. Okay, that was part of the problem. So, tried get entity would be thwarted by this. Is if we are copying an entity, we can get a target entity. If we get a target entity and we approach this, the entity is not null. Which means tried to get an entity never got set. But why would it reacquire then? Shouldn't be able to reacquire then. Because reacquire is false. Oh, but if entity is null. Okay. I think if we ever call set target entity, but no, that'll happen here. Okay. The variable is no longer named accurately. But we're going to go to here. If we get to this point, we have done everything that we should to try to get it. We tried to get it on copying, and we had an opportunity to get it here. So we haven't already tried. And we don't have a local target. Okay. Does the entity already have a target? This is, we duplicated it. Our targeter didn't have one, but a previous targeter in the event chain set the target entity. So there might have been a prior one that said get the closest enemy or get the furthest enemy or something like that. If that happened, we'll respect that. We'll use that one instead of a random one. This avoids targeting conflicts. Things get wonky if you don't respect prior things. So if I say target a random direction, I should respect prior directions. I don't always do that. We could remove that. Like, I could remove this line because this one is a random. So it could say, I don't care what the prior one is. I'm going to pick a random one. But remember, one of our core goals is that every one of the power-ups should make you feel stronger. And if two movement power-ups conflict with each other, resulting in the projectile just sitting there, that doesn't feel powerful. That feels broken. in the bad way, not broken as in overpowered. Overpowered is fine. If we create a circumstance where your character's offense gets out of control, that can be cool. And we should try to catch that during testing and make sure that it is intentionally cool. Not like it's cool because it breaks the game, but it's cool because you're too powerful for the game. There's a difference. Please work. Okay, they have begun locking on. We found it. Okay. This isn't everything that I want to accomplish, but we found the issue. We've been a little convoluted with how we found it, but part of the problem was... Build. Okay, this little guy right here. Because this was only getting set here. This is, if I do not already have a target, try to acquire one. But I can get a target at inception here, and I can get a target, at copy, and I can get a target at the beginning of the update. But if I have been through an update call, if I get to this point in an update call, and I do not have a target, or I already have a target, doesn't matter. If I get to this point, I will either never have a target, or I have already obtained one. Now, reacquire can change that. So we are going to do this. And we're going to remove you. We're going to pull those debugging values so I don't leave them in. Local target, I kind of like. That ensures I don't care what you've set it to, I only care about the one that I consider to be the actual target. Once I have chosen a target, I keep it. Okay, so now we are going to allow reacquire to happen. If you lose your target, pick a new one. Sorry, if you don't have a target, pick a new one. Okay, reacquire can break it. So, if we force reacquire to false, it's if you don't have a target, you will never have a target. If you lose your target, you won't get a new one. Now, they start moving in different directions because they're set to bounce. But we don't have them lingering. You have some of them are just like passing into oblivion there. This stress tests it. This is 27 per second. I think it's per second. Might be twice a second right now, actually. Very many yarn balls. But we can see none of them are freezing in place. Hooray. So now reacquire isn't behaving correctly. is we have nothing. Just double check here. We'll do lots of them so that then we are definitely going to see it break down if that happens. Oh. But I have to actually turn on reacquire. The logic is set such that it would reacquire. I'm forcing it to be off, despite the settings in the file. So we can see reacquire happened. It's the same issue, is we are going to get a set after we get a remove. But that should be okay, because we should be adding this back in. And we shouldn't be able to get a dead entity here. Oh, but we're not purging it. So we're saying get the bullets target. But the bullets target currently would only get set during this process. So if I have not, this could be the dead entity here. So the remove got called. We come back around. I have not updated the entity with an empty one. This is the bullet entity again. I don't want to set the entity's target right here, because that would mean that I can't use this. This logic is, again, if I don't have a target but the previous part of the chain created a target, then I should be able to get it. So this is whatever the entity has been told its target is. We set that right here. Okay, here's our local stored entity. We update it here. And we're going to say, when we clear, we're going to say, if this happens, and we have a local entity, that is, an update has occurred, we are going to clear out its target. Okay, we reacquired. Reacquired. Okay, that was the second problem. All right. First problem was we had this only inside of this check. So if we lost our target, it would consider it as if we had not tried to get one yet. And we would then ask, what is the current target entity? Actually, this is ultimately the problem. Is we would ask, what's the target entity? Target entity is only updated here. We set it to local target. If in the prior event chain, if in the prior end step, we removed the entity and purged local target, then we come up to the next time slice, the next time passed event. We would go in and say, okay, this didn't get called because I'm a duplicate. I'm sorry, this chunk never got called, so I'm a duplicate, and this never got set. So I would get into this loop because this was part of the check. It let me in. The local target was null, and I had not tried to get one. So we go in and we set it to whatever the entity's target was, which was down here, the previous local target. Well, the previous local target got removed in the last step. Molly and Ember are facing off here. And not in a, like, Molly was being hostile, but Molly wanted to sit where Ember was sitting. So she sat near Ember, and Ember was having none of that. But Ember doesn't generally continue a fight. She will try to disengage, and then she will get pouty. So Molly came over and sat near her. Ember, like, drowsily looked up and saw that Molly was sitting near her and lightly touching her. Swung, hissed, got up and walked away. How dare. Anyhow, it would set to the prior one, the one that got removed. That is a dead reference. So, fixing it, we have gone through and said, if I get to this stage in update targets, I have tried. I have tried when I copied, and I have tried at the start. I've looked for what is the current one, and I've checked to see if I can get a random one. If I do not reacquire targets, at that point, if I get to here, I will never have a target. In this case, I will move in a random direction, and that's where I exist. And how we can see that is, then if I lose my target and I don't have reacquire, I get past this, I get past this. If I do not have a direction, I'm going to choose a random one. But if I have a direction, we continue the last one or make a new one. So if I get all the way down here, if I already had a direction, if I was already tracking a target, effectively what that's going to do is just keep moving in the same direction. So this is with reacquire going. So if we lose our target, we will immediately get another one. It's very pretty, ultimately. You can see kind of like little death blossoms happen because each individual projectile acquires a new target. So they go from being lumped up to wildly spreading out. Then let's add an outward spiral here. So you can see some of them are moving very fast and some of them are slowing way down because the spiral motion is happening after the homing motion. The homing motion acts as the center of the spiral. But when it's homing, so the spiral moves as if it were centered on where the homing logic would go after. So homing logic says, I want to go in this direction. Center of the spiral is pushed in that direction. But the homing is also taking a look at and saying, the bullet is here. I want to move such that the bullet would go towards the my target. So we get this weird twisty spiral going on. Let's switch it for a tight circle here. This one's extra fun. I like spiral in paired with motion because it creates this tight little kind of loop-de-loop going on. Let's try some of these others. This is... Oh, okay, let's pair it. What if we track random twice in a row? So they should move twice as fast now. Because the tracks respect the prior target. So it's going to move in a straight line twice, so it will move at 2 squares per second instead. And let's put wave motion on here. Oh, that's right. Wave motion is a rotation. It's going to be defeated by that. So you can see the double speed impact because those tight spirals are spreading out faster. Similarly, if we do a spiral out. And let's just make more of them. Let's see, with this layer, this amount of motion, at about 1600 things, we can still stay at least 60 frames a second. It has dipped into the 50s a couple of times, but it's largely 60 and above. This is also like absolute death here. It is impossible for the blobs to approach. Let's make the movement even weirder. So this is lock-on homing twice. So it moves towards the target at 2 blocks per second. It then spirals out, given that motion. And then along that path, it spirals in. So it's a little loop-de-loop on the spiral out. And then the projectile is dragged towards the target at 2 squares per second. Even on my screen right now, it is a tangle of yarn balls. The only thing that is clear here is the ears of the catbot in the center. So I can do sine wave motion on this. Like, I can put it in there. Here's sine wave motion. Sine wave motion is defeated, is largely defeated by the movement here. So let's wait for the spirals to die out. So you can just see it happening. The homing behavior is very hard on this. Because the homing happens before the sine wave, we can actually see it. So homing determines the initial direction, says go this way. The sine wave rotates that angle over time. But if we put the homing after the sine wave, it's going to make it hard to see the sine wave happen. It's still there, but the homing defeats it. And this is the next thing that I want to add. It is rotational speed on homing, how fast it can turn. For the old school D&D folks, the flight class. It's in how maneuverable you are. It's something that D&D doesn't really use anymore because it was wildly complicated. But you could have, I think it was like Class E flight was effectively like a fighter jet. You can move very, very fast in straight lines, but if you have to turn, you're going to have to make a wide pass and come back. It was the difference between essentially like magically hovering things like beholders and, an eagle going into a dive. But yeah, okay. Okay, let's get an interim save in here. We don't need diagnostics in there. Yeah. Carrying capacity. If you really wanted to do carrying capacity, you have to do a terrifying combination of Diablo / Path of Exile inventory Tetris paired with... Actually, no, it would be more like PUBG or Escape from Tarkov style inventory management paired with modified weight based on location within that terrible Tetris system. Because something carefully attached to your backpack is less cumbersome to carry, and thus you can carry more than it is if you're holding it in your hand. Which is a level of complexity that is unneeded. It turns into that common sense, you know? Yes, you can carry a full fire ladder if you like. That is an option. But now we're going to have to account for the presence of that fire ladder. But if you're carrying a stack, a sheaf of scroll paper, then I don't care. It's in your bag or on your hip or something like that. Okay. Rotational velocity, let's go. We are going to assume a fixed one first. Yeah. Wall of Force, Immovable Rod, Portable Fortress, all of those things create... We're going to call them... world complexity issues. So, Portable Fortress, Immovable Rod, all of those things are fine until you try to apply physics. You have to decide very early in the existence of a fantasy world whether physics apply. And I mean physics in a real world, this is how matter works kind of sense. If Portable Fortress exists in a physics world, then you can do terrible things like, I cast Portable Fortress inside the creature's head, or I put the immovable rod in its mouth, or things like that. and suddenly physics rules apply, and it's like, oh, it gets torn apart, or all of that stuff. But that doesn't follow fantasy rules. As soon as you introduce those things like, how are you carrying that? How did you survive that fall? You know, you dunked your hand in acid. Your realism rules come into play. You can no longer get whacked by a sword and walk it off. It is again why hard science fiction settings are wildly more complicated in their rules. The crunchiness is fantastic compared to a high fantasy setting. Okay, we have... Do we actually need to put JSON ignore on these? No, we don't, but we're gonna. We care about rotation radians. All math is in radians in general. All of the useful math is in radians in general. We're going to move you down here. Okay, so rotation radians is only going to care about lock-on here. That is, if we are trying to turn towards the target. If we're trying to constantly turn towards the target. If we aren't locked on, then the direction is direction 2. If we are locked on, though, then we have to determine the difference between our current direction and the direction 2. And then we also have to determine, like, our rotation limit, because it's plus or minus. And I don't know if we're going to be able to get away with that, but we're going to find out. We're going to check the logic first. to... This is not right, but... Okay, we're locking on. Should. Okay, it's actually doing positive and negative. Okay. It's smallest angle too. Okay. Excellent. We need to determine... We need to get the sign lining up here. This creates a float, doesn't it? No, it's a double. So this is an illustration of one of the oddities is the Godot math F, degrees to radians, creates a double. Application of radians on vectors requires a float. It is weirdness. is less than angle 2. I don't remember. Got to be a better way to do this, but can get some of these. Anyhow. Oh, it's greater than here. All right, let's see if I have mangled this correctly. I have not. Oh, times delta. There we go. They can only turn 45 degrees a second. Okay, and if we bump that up to 90, I can put this in the file now. I just have to put rotation degrees as a property in the JSON, and this will be respected. I should do that, but I'm currently not gonna. So here they can make tighter corners. But it's still 90 degrees per second. So there is a definite limit on how quickly they can reacquire targets. Or how they can effectively reacquire targets. Neat. Okay, let's end. An updated version of GitHub will be installed. Equals -1. So if it's not set, it can do a 360. It doesn't care. But if you look, they pivot in place. There is technically time that passes before they turn, which I kind of like. They don't just snap. I think that's neat. This will also allow us to go in. Here we can. Let's put some more to the test here. So we are going to make it orbit. See, it will work hard to try to get it. You'll see the orbits like spiral suddenly as it tries to adjust and hit its targets. So you can get little tight loop-de-loops as it tries to pivot to get to where it wants to go. But the spiral will kind of fight it. The spiral wants to keep going clockwise, whereas homing wants to pivot to get where it's to hit its target. So we're getting some. It's a neat effect. It's almost got kind of a slingshot look to it, like an orbital slingshot going on. Because it will pivot, lock on, and the spiral will try to drag it back into the spiral. So we get a near miss occasionally. But 360 degrees is not where we would probably be. Let's get this into the JSON here so I can mess with it in the file. Data, behaviors. Should be targeting, actually. Targeters. Target random enemy. And that is, we're going to put that as 90. So it can still turn pretty fast. But we're going to get near misses with that, where the spiral is throwing it off and making it hard for it to hit. Let's put more of them. Nice. Very nice. Oh. It took us a bit. It took us a bit, but we got here. Oh, I like that. I like that. It's, you have almost like arcs whipping out from it. Now, they diverge and start to cluster after a bit. But when they're initially emitted, there are like loops that come out of the center. Let's do a close in spiral instead. Let's do fewer of them so we can actually see them move. That's neat. We're getting there. We're getting there. This is more the patterns that we want. Okay, did I change this properly? I think this is the collision gate. Okay. So this is home in. And once it homes in and hits, we are going to have it split into 9 and spiral out. But it will still home when it does. Now let's do fewer than 9. I would probably have it corner slower than this. Let's have it corner slower than that. 45 degrees. So 8 seconds to do a 360 there. That's right, isn't it? That's going much faster than that. 45 per second. Still going real fast. Oh, I'm probably getting radians wrong. Here. Okay, we know 45 is coming in. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting radians wrong. It's coming in as the wrong title. public double rotation degrees. Precisely, Taz. Oh, man, we gotta do math? Okay, 45, which results in a rotation radians of 0.785. Okay, we're getting zeros, though. Why are we getting zeros? We shouldn't be getting a 0 in this. Like, we shouldn't be able to get to here. Alright, quick check here. Quick break, and then I want to try to solve this problem at least. Gotta end on a good note, you know? Be right back. That shouldn't be. Implies the targeter that is being copied does not have any of that. But all of this is coming in from here. Oh, there are two of them. So one of them has 0 because it is not a lock-on. Okay, the 360 triggered on this, though. Be something stupid like that. You're still getting a rotation degrees of 360. Our rotation radians is not that. That doesn't make sense. Why would rotation degrees and radians be... F dot radians 2 degrees. No, that is correct. Value is 45. It says a null catalog name. It shouldn't have a null catalog name. That's 45. The proper rotation radians should be less than 1, which makes sense. Okay, and its catalog name is target or random enemy. Target or random enemy. Yes, yes. And we hit this again. This should be for instantiating a copy of it. JSON converter. Movement fixed random. Yes. Which is the catalogable. And it has a targeter, target random enemy. And its rotation degrees are 45. And again, and this time it's 0. Okay, this is movement to random enemy. That should not be getting a 0. Let's lock random enemy. Wait. Well, no, lock random enemy would have that, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay, that's our problem. Oopie-doo. This is targeter random enemy. This one should not have a rotation degrees or a reacquire. But lock random enemy should have a lock on, should have a reacquire, and should have a rotation degrees of 45. Yeah, 90 might be better. .360 is plenty fast. That is a strong lock. 45 is a bad lock. It's going to be hard for it to pin. .90 is a pretty strong lock. But it's not guaranteed. I don't know. I mean, I don't want a lock-on to be so good that it is effectively cannot miss ever, you know? but I don't want it to be so bad that it is might as well not be there, you know? This is a 45 degree per second lock on, which is pretty good. You know, not great, but pretty good. Ultimately depends on how fast it can move. Though, interestingly, if it moves fast enough, the lock-on weakens. Because it can overshoot. It will have to kind of loop around and make another pass. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. This will give us the tools necessary to make the tracking mouse, the wind-up mouse. I want to refine the bounce logic a bit. Right now, bounce is absolute, is if a collision happens, the bounce will intervene and say, hey, we should ricochet off. But if I were to have multiple bounces in place, each one of those bounces would consume itself and say, I have bounced. So the question would be, does the bounce consume the collision at that point? Would that be okay? Or would the bounce, would that interfere with subsequent logic? That's why harm happens very early in the event chain. It's built into, like, the beginning of the bullet. Because we want the harm to happen. Like, when it hits the blob, we don't want the bounce to cause it to ricochet off and not cause harm. So I think in that regard, bounce should consume the message if it causes the bounce to happen. Because then what we can have is, if there are multiple bounces, only the first one takes effect. It says, oh, nope, you bounced off. And subsequent collision messages wouldn't happen, which creates a build decision. Is if I have bounce and I have explode on impact, if the bounce happens, it won't explode. It has to bounce. Now, we could have other messages that happen, but I don't want to get too complex in the number of message types that happen within a collision chain. I kind of like the idea that the sequence is going to matter. Is if it explodes on impact, I could have it where some of the explosions do not eat the projectile. It says if I impact, I blow up. But it's purely a collision happened, period, caused the explosion. But a bounce says a collision has happened. I am changing the nature of that collision. So if I wanted it to explode and then bounce, I would need to put the explosion before the bounce. But if I wanted to explode after all bounces have been consumed, then it explodes after bounce logic. I think that could be good. Again, it depends on how the final power-ups land. Because we could have it where bounce itself is a group and would consume some of that. But it does create things like pierce could be something where it says if I hit a target, I am going to not change the direction, and I am going to essentially negate harm on the projectile. Harm messages I also want to look at and say maybe we can make it so that once all of the messages, like that we accrue messages and then we send them all out so that I can flatten some of them. Because being able to flatten a harm message would be useful, because then we can say, all right, you can never over heal, essentially. Or projectile health does not allow you to over heal. So if multiple things say you get health back, it's not like it will constantly accrue it. Or maybe we don't care. One way or the other. But let's try that. Let's try that, where if a bounce happens, we don't have any other ones to test. Let's look at something here. All right. What else could we do? What else could we add in? Where's my volume control here? There we go. Making sure it all works correctly. All right. So let's double check. Have we changed anything that I need to keep? Okay, push that to origin. That's still testing code, so we're going to leave it. Okay, let's look at our bounce here. Is a collision. We have bounce. Bool connected int. Actually, set it to 1 by default. Handle message if not waiting. Bounce count is greater than 0. If we bounce, we handled the message. Yep. Okay. They are consumed after one bounce. All right, so how about piercing logic? Collision. Collision. I don't... Why you complain about that? We'll keep waiting the same way for piercing. Call you pierce count. So we're going to send a heal message to it, and we're going to say we handled it. And we will ignore all other collisions until the next frame. Like, we won't pierce again until the next frame. Though we might not wait. We might not wait. We'll see. But this is a bounce without bouncing. So now we need to create that item. This is a collision gate, collisions. Say one. Okay. Collision pierce, which gives us a behavior type of collision pierce. We are going to then go into group yarn ball. We have collision bounce. Subsequently, we'll pierce one and then it will bounce. We'll see if this actually works. file didn't load properly. I don't think this will actually work. Oh, it worked. Nice. So they impact one target, and can pass right through it, and then a subsequent target they will bounce off of. Now, there may be further issues with this if the target survives the initial hit. One, the rotation will try to bring it back around, but that is only going to work based on iframes. Okay. We're going to make this a little more visible by reverting its motion back to movement. What do we call it? Behaviors, movements. Fixed down. Movement. Fixed random entity. So it's going to aim at a target, but it won't track the target. We should be able to see it a little better now. Through that one, bounces off that one. Okay. We now have piercing. Okay. Let's exaggerate that. Each one can pierce any number of targets. We are getting bounces before we should. Oh, okay. That's going to be because... well, it's handled, so it shouldn't... we should not be getting bounces right now. Okay, but what we need to make sure is that it will still consume it if it could act upon it. So we're not waiting in pierce count is greater than 0. What we need is if pierce count is greater than 0, we could pierce, is what this is saying right now. If we could pierce, then we are going to say we handled it. We'll have to do this to bounce as well. Oh, still getting... we're still getting bounces and not indefinite pierce. We are seeing some of it happen, but... Oh. Pierce count is equal to copy as a collision pierce dot pierce. I'll have to do this to bounce as well. We weren't respecting the pierce count properly. Let's exaggerate this a little further. That will distort it, because the first one is saying it should move in a random direction, and it will keep trying to move in that random direction. Okay. That's okay, though. We just need more of them. Okay. Now, we need to do the same thing with bounce. If it could bounce. It could bounce, then handled is true. And when we copy, let's count is equal to copy dot bounce count. Okay. Now we can go in and say collision pierce actually has 0, which you wouldn't have, but this will bounce indefinitely. Let's just keep it like that. We can change group yarn ball. Bounce before pierce. It will never pierce because it can bounce 99 times, which will happen way sooner than it times out. Not perfect. One, hitboxes do need to be extended. Right now, they are constrained to the dimensions of the sprite. So all the hitboxes are 16 diameter circles. which makes them slightly smaller than the sprite. Ideally, they would be what would it be? Root of 8 squared plus 8 squared. Root of 128. So they would encompass the entire corner. It would make them slightly bigger. Somewhere around there. We would want them to be wrapped more tightly around the shape. But yeah, okay. So what we've introduced here is the concept of what would it be? Collision consumption here. So the sequence of pierce and bounce in similar matter. If I have piercing before bouncing, piercing has to be expended before bouncing takes place, because the piercing will say, hey, I'm handling this collision. I'm saying that this collision does not actually count for impact. It's not perfect. Again, I would like it if all of the collision events could kind of coincide. That maybe there is a message that they send that says, I've handled collision. Like, I have handled collision reaction kind of thing. And some of them ignore that. But that's a level of complexity that I don't want to touch just yet. For now, what we're saying is words and things. If you bounce, then it stops handling collisions from then on. So deal damage is always happening earlier in the process, potentially on multiple things. So there might be a movement that says speed up and hit harder, or do damage. That means that the base impact does damage. The speed up includes a do damage, and then the bounce, the pierce says, okay, keep moving, but stop there. Do not handle any further collision logic. I think there's going to be nuance to this that we need to cover, but for now, I think that works. So let's go back in here and say it pierces 1 and it bounces once. So if in this we have bounce then pierce, it will ricochet once and then it will keep moving through a target subsequently. Oh, that's right. I don't have bouncing working correctly with that. Spiral out doesn't work with bounce. Or at least I don't have that functioning yet. I kind of want it to, but I don't know how I want to handle that yet. Yep, bounce and then pierce. Nice. right name. Movement to random enemy. Yeah. Okay, now it tracks, and it will bounce and then pierce. So it will track one, it'll hit an enemy, it will glance off, and then it can move through another one. Yeah. Okay. Next big target for this is spawning a different projectile. And that was kind of what we were getting at with building this, is now we're going to build the wind-up mouse. That means I've got to get that sprite loaded in, and then I have to get that entity defined in a corresponding group for it. What we want is logic. The goal is ultimately to have some logic that says, if this aspect is in place, the next weapon that would be processed is not a weapon. It is a reference that we will use in the prior weapon. So there will be an item that I can put in the first weapon that says use the second weapon. Hey there, Daily. Welcome back. I kind of feel like if a rotation is against the direction of rotation of the spiral, then it would change its rotation direction. That is, if it's rotating clockwise and it is being told to rotate against clockwise, then it would start rotating counterclockwise. But it's how to calculate that properly. Because it's positive or negative rotation that we would be requesting. And then it's determining whether that positive or negative impacts the rotation. Okay, let's interim save that. Okay. Let's tangent off into that rotation movement. So right now we have rotate. And it's not rotated affecting radians. That's not correct. It's angle increment. And so negative angle is counterclockwise. By default, angle is going to be clockwise. So we're just going to have it be a fixed impact on angle increment. but... Okay. We only care if it is a non-zero number. Radians. Okay. If radians is greater than 0, then we are asserting a clockwise. And radian increment is greater than 0. If this or this. Okay, what we're saying is if the rotation that we are applying is counter to the increment. You could just... Okay, let's try this. Radian increment plus equals radians. So this is making it really disorganized is the problem. Okay, so we do this, then we get this generally a reasonable fan out. Because the increment doesn't change. Okay. So we don't want to change the increment. That changes the tightness of the rotation effectively. So equals -1. Then speed times equals -1. Okay, that's kind of weird. I understand what's happening. Okay, it bounces how I want it to. But now it's not the fan out creates a different circumstance here. Because the fan out does create positives and negatives. That is, generally when it's a fan out of 3, one of them is straight on, so it's going to be clockwise. One of them is more positive, so it's still clockwise, so it doesn't change the rotation direction. Another will be negative, so it will reverse the rotation direction. I don't know if I dislike that or not. It's weird. Outward wave. I don't know if this is where I want to leave it. This isn't quite correct. Because bouncing is different than rotating, is the trick. We want to change direction. And we're applying the rotate at the beginning. Let's look at bounce here. Okay, that's right. We're rotating the entity. But this is different because we're not rotating the entity when we bounce necessarily. We are telling the movement to rotate, which is a little different. For most things, it's going to be the same. So, moving in a straight line, rotating is the same thing. Like, bouncing is the same as a rotation. Homing in a straight line. A bounce is the same thing as an initial rotation. But when we are spiraling, a bounce says change direction. Ricochet off, potentially, which could reverse the direction of the spiral. So that is not a... That is a rotate event. That is telling the movement objects that rotation should begin, but not necessarily that the entity should rotate. So we're gonna cook on that one a little longer. Let it stew. But yeah, let's... So again, what we're trying to do is we want rotation effects to more clearly illustrate that a bounce has happened. Right now, when I rotate, I'm getting these like spiral outs, and they're nice and fanned. So you can see the three of them kind of coming out together. The whole rotation is a little skewed to account for it. And it creates that fan. If I were to increase the rotational increment, then it creates a faster or slower spiral. Like, I don't want to mess with the radian increment. I don't want to change it, I should say. And rotated is how far it has rotated. So that's why if I change that here, it causes that fan out to happen. Puzzling. This is, to some extent, this is a distraction, but it's something that I want to resolve. Because I like the look of the spiral when it bounces, that it just reverses course. That's kind of neat. But I don't want the base spawning rotation to do that. So I could have... And I don't want to have every entity handle messages for the rotation like that. I could have special handlers to say that I have been rotated more than once. That each subsequent rotation is now handled differently. It's kind of a hack, but that... rotate. This rotated is equal to true. If as rotated, else. Okay, if we have not yet rotated, then we'll do that. If we have rotated, then we'll do the bounce. We need to remove Pierce and Bounce before that will work. Collision gate. That's tricky. Collision gate. Okay, this is... Get a save in there. That's an interesting concept, Lunar. A soundtrack-derived effect. That would mean that any playing music would have to have some, like, metadata attached to it. Should not do that. So I think, let's run it without making that change. Here, and then here. Yeah. It does not copy as rotated. Actually, I think this is actually more correct. It is some of the rotations are tighter, some of them are not. I don't know. Because this creates a nice pattern. We need to change our rate of fire here. What's a second? The homing behavior is throwing off our ability to see this. I think that's actually ultimately more correct. Like, I think we can get away with that. Just that. Okay, and we'll put the bounce back in. It's going to be subtle here. That's what it will ultimately do, is kind of skew the number. Let's give it infinite bounces. Really subtle. doing testing to see if I can spot how much we need to toy with this to make it viable. Let's do it with that. It should be more apparent. Really subtle. Okay, you can definitely see it, but I don't know if... Again, I'm not sure if this is how we should be doing that. You can see that the angle of rotation is very different now. With the rightmost ones being very heavily impacted. See it spinning very quickly. I don't think that's what we want to do. This does skew it. This isn't 100% correct, but I think it gives us at least as good of a result as we were getting. That is, this is as effective as messing with the increment. Is we're throwing off where it is in the rotational pattern when we do this. So I think we could do the secondary after you've rotated once. Do a reflect rotation instead. But we'll have to look at this and see. Because I think there should be if you rotate enough that it that it counts as bouncing kind of thing. But we need to figure out how we do that. Because right now, bouncing is sort of it's kind of a glance off. It can be a bounce back. But it would be possible for us to look at it and say, okay, given the direction of rotation currently and the rotation that we're applying, can we come up with a result? So if it's spiraling like clockwise and I rotate it hard enough, instead of it becoming a... But can we already do that? Let's exaggerate it very heavily. No, we need a secondary calculation in here. We need a secondary calculation to make that work. All right, with that in mind, though, I think we do need to wrap up for the day. Let's get that out of there. Make sure we aren't missing anything. Debug, 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 debug. All right. We made some progress, though. So we fixed homing. That's good. A lot of footwork to get that done, but we did it. We still don't have rotational bounce done. There's some sort of math we can do to account for that. Well, you're joining right at the end there, Levi. Right at the end. Good to have you either way. Ooh. And Levi's 15th month. Thank you, Levi. And it was very tiny, but you could still see the alert in the upper right corner. So, yeah. But welcome back, and thank you for your continued support. But yeah, here. Since you have joined, let's show you where we are here. We have homing logic in place. This will be not quite right. Because there's home and then it will try to push against it based on how they're moving. So we do get these ones that are stalling. But it's trying to correct for where the entities have moved to. But we can show it a little more clearly if instead in the yarn ball we say move to random enemy. And it has infinite bounces. So at about 5 seconds, the blobs will start appearing. And they start to track. This type of homing will find a new target. So now we'll make it orbit. So the tracking homing can only turn 45 degrees a second. So it's not perfect lock-on. And the spiral skews it further. But it's constantly kind of twisting to get there. Moving a wave instead. it does get that nice kind of hypnotic pattern thing going. Let's put zigzag in there. So zigzag says, like, kind of every so often, turn 90 degrees, left, right, left, right. Then the homing says, hey, try to turn up to 45 degrees to get to your target. So zigzag makes homing have a really hard time. Because the zigzag can turn faster than the homing can. It gets there, but it has a hard time doing it. Then we have our circle in, which creates these nice little loop-de-loops. And then we'll do a spiral out with loop-de-loop on it. Which makes it move super fast. Let's throw in a second home to target. So a weakness that it has when we have so many speed up modifiers going is that the homing can only turn right now 90 degrees a second, but it's moving more than 2 squares a second. So it can overshoot the targets. If we remove U, so you can see that the slimes are managing to get way closer than you'd think, given the number of tracking projectiles that are in there. Oh, wow. Wonder why it's seized up like that. But yeah, we're making progress. We are at the stage where we're adding... Yeah, we're getting some hitches in there. Well, now I'm curious. Run it in Godot. Godot will tell us errors inside of the Godot engine. And possibly show us where things that we can't see otherwise are going wrong. Oh, output problems. Okay, but what if more? It does get a bit of a Windows screensaver vibe, doesn't it, Levi? Okay, we just had a hitch there. Argument out of range. Straight line, random enemy, base entity. Okay. Yeah, this is a get random entity, and it's having problems getting it. Saying element at. the index that we're getting. But it's saying as of this moment, it's out of range. I mean, the way I've set it up, this shouldn't be a thread problem. But is the index incorrect in this scenario? Because that's a dictionary. But element at might... Wonder if that's skewing things. You would think that there would be another error at that point, though. Entities is a dictionary, yes. So by category is a dictionary by category identifier. Then we're trying to get... we want to treat it as a list here. We want something from the list at random. And we're getting a zero-based number. So it's from to inclusive. So we should be getting, like, index-wise, 0 to the end of the list. But it would seem that that's not always the case. How can we catch that? Let's try to put a simple trap in here. Was going to stop, not stopping. I don't like that this error happened. Oh, what if there are none? I don't have a 0 case. I don't have a nothing case. Edge case testing. Oops. Well, I think this will fix it. Let's use it in Godot. It's easier to catch this. That had to be the case. I wonder if we were just getting stupid lucky with the result, you know? You can still see it hitching now and again, as that every second we're creating a lot of things. And those things are very busy. I should add a weight into the reacquire target so it's not doing it every movement frame. Let's get this part saved here. Okay, got the empty collection check in. Let's go to our target random entity. And reacquire. Reacquire and reacquire timer is less than or equal to 0. What we're doing here is that we're saying only check for a new target every half second. Is that really fast? Yes. Will it more than, let's see, every half the, let me, so, delta is 0.0, let's say 2. it will save us about 25 times the iterations to not constantly check for a new target. So if we have a whole bunch of them going out at once, and one of them loses its target, that moment where they reacquire is happening way slower, but you can't really tell comparatively. Okay, let's run it in Godot to make sure we don't have an error case still. Let's accelerate the... this is plenty fast, plenty fast. I don't need to skew the test result by adding even more. Spiral motion is pricier than a lot of the other calculations because of the rotation checks and whatnot. So again, it's a frame, a physics frame is effectively 0.02 seconds. We are only checking for a new target for homing every half second. So 0.5. But you can see those moments where suddenly all of them very heavily go through and hammer the entity list, saying, where's my target? You know? We could mitigate that by adding a little bit of random noise to it, by saying, plus or minus 0.1 or plus up to 0.1 second. That way it's not all happening at once. There are a lot of things that we could do like that. .1 times go or gd.random float times. Okay, so that's 0.1 times a number between 0 and 1. So some fraction of time. So it will generally stack up, but there's going to be a noticeable number of... There will be a definite wait before some of them reacquire their target. So, still expensive. We still have a lot of things going, but that mitigates the reacquire. This amounts to plus or minus 2, or 0.2, or plus or minus 1 onto 0.5. Which further stretches out the reacquire. Yeah, You can see the lurches when they're happening. The longer it goes, the more that'll occur. But, again, 3 to the 5th is a whole lot of projectiles appearing at once. Three to the 4th, you hardly notice it. Say 0.06. This is every half second, plus or minus up to 3 physics frames. Again, give or take. So you can get a little tiny twitch before they reacquire, but I'm not really concerned about that kind of thing. Yes, they don't reacquire instantaneously. But at most, you're looking at just a fraction of a square of movement, usually, before they will lock on again. I like it, though. Now, we're going to have to revisit the collision gates, especially given how the bounce works now. Is a collision gate also needs to have a keep it alive thing built into it. Okay, let's put this in here. That in there, get those into branch. Okay, so if we look for our gate, we're kind of all over the place right now, folks. We'll do. We're gonna wrap up with the collision gate. So we're going to try open. We get a message. We're going to do the same thing as we did here. Is if we get that message, we are going to send this. That's not really what we want to do. We don't actually want it to survive. Because we want it to impact and for something to happen immediately. But right now, when it impacts, the gate opens. So we're going to put that there at the moment. Oops. Okay. It's just I fat-fingered somewhere else in the files. Okay. Okay, so we are going to put a collision gate in, and then we're going to add another split 3. . working. We're getting bounces. Did I keep bounce in it? Yeah, I kept bounce in it. So what this should do is, right now it's homing in, but what we want to see happen is that it hits and then it will change its behavior. But right now, we're not getting that. That should be a very drastic change when that gate opens. We're still getting a bounce. Oh, had I just not saved it? Expect I just hadn't saved it. Okay, so one of the things I may need to do is a special message that tells an entity to negate harm, more or less. To that extent, instead of an entity receiving and parsing messages all like ad hoc, having some sort of like aggregator to say, okay, run through all of this stuff. Okay, now we're going to parse messages in waves. You know, we're going to accumulate all of your messages for this pass. All right, run them. Okay, here's the next pass. Here are all of your messages. Run them. So like, here are all of your movement messages. All of those have happened. Process those. All of like everything that resulted from time passing. Process all of that. Then here's everything that resulted from colliding with stuff. Process that. And then here's everything that happened in the end step. Process that. Because then what we could do is while it's iterating, it could go through and flatten those messages. And say, okay, I got a harm message. Here's another harm message. We'll just squish them together. So that we don't have multiple little hits happening. We have one big process to happen. Which would let us do things like have armor and different types of hits kind of stuff. Because otherwise I have to have it where every type of collision that might not count as a collision needs to have special handling. Like, I run into something and I want to inflict harm. Okay. And I have like, okay, if I collide with something, I lose a hit point. But everything subsequently has to say, hey, heal a hit point instead, because I don't want this collision to count. That presupposes that that damage will happen. And that's a risky assumption. So we'll have to figure something out on how to deal with that. I'm talking about this because the collision gate doesn't behave how I want it to. We need a way to signify to an object that it collided, but this doesn't count as a harmful impact. Yeah. All right, let's actually wrap up for now. Buttons. But again, big progress today. Got homing fixed. We have we still don't have rotational bouncing, but that's still a let's put it on a side burner kind of thing. We need to work on message handling so that we can get things like bouncing and piercing done more cleanly. I like the idea that each one is consuming it in sequence. That is, I like the idea that if I have pierce first, it will use up all of the pierce before it would use a bounce. But we need to make sure that that doesn't interfere with anything else. We kind of need two stages, is the idea that the bullet has struck something. Does that count as the bullet being used up? You know, what should we do about that? So we'll have to go from there. But that's something further to think on. Making progress, though. Again, we are well in the midst of making new stuff. This is content territory more than pure architecture territory. If you have any thoughts on kind of lower level stuff we can make, like homing, spiraling, types of collision, that kind of stuff, feel free to pop into our dev chatter board on the Discord. Toss some ideas around on how those things might work, and we'll see how we can get stuff in there. Again, it's very much throwing ideas at the wall and trying to make them work. We are not yet at the stage of final power-ups, though. Like, how we would actually implement that doodad in gameplay. It's just, we want the simple things. So, homing is a simple part. It homes, bounces, and explodes is more like the kind of thing we'd like to give the player. But yeah. Hope everybody had a good time watching with us today. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment, all of those good things. Let me know what you thought in the comments, that kind of stuff. With all that said, though, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.